Give me a second right now. Just gotta... there we go. Hello. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. I hope everything's okay now. Oh my god, what a week. But hello, everybody. Hello! Hi! We're gonna continue Ace Attorney. Man, kind of an unexpected mini hiatus that happened. I figured out why I was having so much trouble streaming and all that. It was because all the power outages that are going on here in Puerto Rico, because you know that's kind of a thing we're known for nowadays. It messed up my router, so even though we were having we had internet, we were not getting the internet we were supposed to be getting. It was damaged, so we had to just straight up get a new router, and now it's working perfectly fine, as it should, which I find hilarious. Oh, thank you for the energy. I hope so too. But everything is as it should be. I'm getting all green, so it should be good now. So let me just switch over to the game, and we can get started. We are in the game. Alright, let's get to it. I want to get this case over with. Ah!
Let's go pixel 19 wow 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 pixel 19 wow.
Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. 19 wow. 19 wow. Let's continue. If I remember where we left off, it was Miss Green and Shamspear in the witness stand, and I don't remember everything. So let's see. Let me take a sippy. Yes, I'm an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Oh. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh the days, oh the years, alas to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
is evidence. Yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspear's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yes. 2 more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes. Afraid to say, but the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this current case completely. Hey, Anti! Thank you for the fart. Hi! Let me go over our evidence again, because I don't remember our evidence. We got Miss Green's card. Can't read the letter, so that's a shame. I mean, we already know what it says, so whatever. Capita Offenders File. I forgot we had this. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Oh yeah! So, a lot's happened. Turns out, he didn't die. He just, you know, he was poisoned, but he did not die. He survived. And he's all better. But he still claims that Soseki poisoned him, so we're trying to disprove that. I think we actually did disprove it. And our current case right now, we believe Miss Green is the one that tried to poison him. And she was the quote-unquote victim of the case from the first game. Yeah. And we're trying to somewhat prove a connection. The only connections we have right now is that she has a letter that Shamspear had, which told him to go into a tavern to talk about something. And that was on the same day that she got stabbed. But for some reason, while hospitalized, she has his letter. And we're trying to figure out why that is. Another connection I think there is between them is the person that stayed in Shamspear's lodgings previously, who died, was her fiance. So that could be another connection. But I don't know but I don't know how it's connected yet, or how to prove it's connected. Something's going on with that fiance. Another reason why we suspect it's her is because she has this bottle of this poison that affected Shamspear. Hi, Oz. I'm just going through all this stuff again. See, like, that's her fiance, this guy. Yee! Oh, we also found out he's been stealing gas. Like, Shamspear's been stealing gas this entire time. So, whether he's a murderer or not, we at least know he's a gas thief. Doesn't seem very suspicious at all. Oh, yeah. Medical report. Coma ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea. We already disproved that. But no sample could be obtained for testing. A patrol pilfer! Yeah! Hello, elusive Higgs boson. I love that name. You could say that Shamspear is a sham... let's see. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, Pet Adventurer... We already pressed everything, I know this, so I'm just kind of going through everything. The note was delivered unto me on the day writ therein. I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of a Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. I don't remember if we've presented anything. Note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with a torn off piece. Should I just present it again?
Objection!
Nope. Hello! Hi! A siphoning sucker. I got it wrong. If the music didn't stop, that means it's wrong.
Yeah.
No. It's like air gas. Well, it's not that he's stealing gas. It's like he's getting... Well, he is kind of stealing gas, but when I mean he's stealing gas, it's like he's using gas without having to pay for it. That's what I mean by stealing gas. Gonna lurk? Okay. Enjoy your lurk. What? Oz! Oz! What the? Thank you for the gift subs! You fucking crazy man! So we got Terry, we got Chris, we got Joss, Ractoony, and Goshek Santa. I hope they enjoy their sub. Oh, it does feel good to be back. Good lordy. Man, I really don't know. I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I wish I could read the letter. Maybe... I'm sorry. I was just doing it to the music. You're the sub man, you come out and throw gift subs all over the ring, and then you start eating bits! Okay, so I normally don't do this, but I am genuinely stuck here. I don't know. Maybe it's a different testimony. For the Great Ace Attorney? Oh my god. That would be so good. Who would be the lawyer? Who would be the playable lawyer? Okay. So I normally don't do this, but I'm gonna make an exception just this once. Oz, I know you've beaten this game. Do you perhaps have a hint I can have? Because I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of a little stuck, and I feel like it's gonna be something obvious. I don't know what they're talking about. If you already presented the rip, then you really don't remember? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I presented it in the wrong testimony? Let's try.
Objection.
It's not that. Ouch! Yeah, I don't know. Why would she? I mean, I feel like I could guess a reason, but I think I already presented this. It's like about her fiance, no? Hi, Joss! Hello! I'm stuck. I mean, it doesn't say his name, but we know this is her fiance. And we know he died in the lodgings. Let's see.
Objection.
Nope. Not that either. I imagine not, because we don't have his name written in the description, so it's like we don't know this guy even though we clearly know this man. Oh, thank you! I'm so glad you like him. Yeah, I did. I did press everything. Twice.
Hold it.
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspear about 1 week ago.
does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Miss Naruhodo.
Close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I wish I knew what that breakthrough was. You have an idea? Let me at least... Yeah, we absolutely do. Or at least I'm gonna assume we do. I have a good idea. I'm just gonna load back so I have my life. I'm pretty sure I pressed everything at this point. So it should be fine. What else do we know she had at some point? The bottle of poison. Well, she had the bottle of Oh! I might have an idea. I think I have an idea. Maybe the bottle?
Objection!
It was the bottle! It was the bottle the whole time! Yes! Oh my god! Because we're trying to prove she was the one that poisoned him, so why else would she go into his room than to put the poison? I feel so dumb! Oh my god. Well, at least we got it now. Oh my god. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholm's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Oh! Can this be? You broke into my room too? It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green! Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dearie me! There she goes! Oh, look at her! Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. What if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected? The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? Huh? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Oh, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned.
The prosecution defends the defense. You love to see it. Yeah! I do enjoy when that happens in these games. It's like, now they're looking at the same picture. So it's like, the prosecution is not just here for the guilty verdict. They want the truth. They want to know what happened and arrest the real criminal and not let an innocent go to jail. That's when they start working together. And yeah, I have the DLC costume, so both Ryunosuke and Susato are wearing these cute little steampunk outfits. Got the car sub, yeah! Oh, and thank you for the lurk, gay undead. Enjoy your lurk. Also, if you notice, just Ryunosuke has like a little mousey on his shoulder. And Susato, you can't see it here, but Susato has a little bunny on her purse. It's very cute. Oh, and Sholmes is wearing a whore outfit. He's wearing like a Japanese style outfit with a kitsune mask. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the gas pipe. Look, there's the mousey! Look at it! Look at the little mousey! It's got a little sword and everything. Or a little katana. It's so cute. I love these outfits. They're so cute. Had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Ah! Nerdy! His titties are out. Yeah, they kinda are. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock. And that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Oh! Holy shit! Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. I know, right? They're so good. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will show your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. But yeah, because he's in shock. He's like, someone tried to kill me. What? Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? It is this guy, Duncan Ross, the love of Miss Green's life, who sadly passed away a month ago as a result of gas poisoning.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. God damn it, Ross. That does ring a vague. Ah! Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse, or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder. Plain and simple. Ah! He died from CO2 poisoning.
What do you know? World, so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Once they're bored, it's 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you... Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are, all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? She's been real quiet. Holy shit, yeah, man. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? I understand it, but you know, murder is murder. Or at the very least, attempted murder. In the end, she didn't actually kill the guy, so she might get off with a lighter sentence. Shamspeare is definitely going to jail, though, for sure. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Shamspeare's was accidental? Well, yeah. That's true. It wasn't... Well, I suppose. But the main difference is he got someone killed. She didn't. Even though hers was definitely attempted murder and his was accidental, in the end, he did cause someone to die. Nearly twice. And he's also guilty of, you know, gas stealing, so that's another crime. Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege! I have been slighted. 'Tis lies! All lies! I deny every utterance!
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything, either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but... I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel!
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around. That's all.
Sorry?
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks and the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door, with some taps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman! We will consider your trespassing as some future occasion, but for now. I'm guessing because, like, you know, he blows into the gas thing to, like, actually, wait. No, it wasn't accidental. Because you don't need to blow gas to steal the gas. He just needed, like, the ice coin trick. So no, yeah, he did kill someone. He is guilty of murder. Just straight up. It wasn't accidental. You're right. You're absolutely right. I was thinking it was accidental because, you know, the whole gas stealing thing. And they have to, like, blow into it to check the pipes or whatever. Because I was thinking about the whole thing with the gas. But no, he didn't need to do that to steal the gas. He just needed the ice coins. So there was no reason to blow into the pipes unless, you know, to mess up the gas pipes. So yeah, it was murder. It was straight up murder. Profanity of woman. Tell the court what you found. What evidence your search reveals.
Well, I spotted a note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
Do you have the contents? What? There was something in it? Oh, please show us the contents, Miss Green. I'm dying to know. What was inside the tin box.
Yes.
Oh.
This rather nice key.
A key? Oh, she has such a cute smile, though. Ah! What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it to me now! Oh. What was that interesting reaction, Mr. Shamspear? Could it be that this key is rather important to you? Interesting. It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, What's all this about? Inherited the key?
It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this instant! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness!
Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. His motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear, at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, I think I know. I think I might know what it is. Ooh! Ooh! Okay. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Okay, let me look at something really quick. Excuse me. Kind of love Miss Green now. Yeah, I kind of do too. She rules. I think this might be something that we'll... I wish we could see her again. I love Queen Bee. I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, Counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. Before we do that... What is it that you can say can explain the motivation of Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? Oh, Oz gifted a bunch of subs. Oh yeah, the episode's name is called The Clouded Kokoro. It was just a prank, Your Honor. I think it's this.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. See. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That is how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Shamspear? Is it Shamspear? It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Holy shit! Oh, fuck! Are you serious right now? Oh, shit! What? What a twist! You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died will quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord.
It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot! Oh shit. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspere subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, presumably intended to inquire about switching into a newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspere? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Breakdown? Are we getting the breakdown? Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Oh, listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their bits on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah, this is the key to it. Take it. Stay one step ahead, mate. See you. Guess. Shamspere. See you in hell, Sham. Damn. Did he just say? It's mine. That's loot. It's mine. Oh god! Oh god! Mr. Shamspere? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victor here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, or the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close! I just need a few more hours! I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means, all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched for the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Yeah, but you didn't have the key! You didn't have the key to it! Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. I think I know where this is going. but I'm gonna save just in case. But I think I have an idea on where this is going. But I think we might have it in our possession already. It's either Sholm's time or the key. But I'm gonna guess it's Sholm's time. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, I used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Yeah, it's Sholm's time. It's Sholm's time.
Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole?
Ba-ba-ba-ba!
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective.
Look at that smug face! Oh my god! This is new! This is a new sprite of his! I don't think he's ever made this face before.
A great detective. Is that some kind of joke? DreamWorks ass! Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he is one Mr. Shamspeare.
Hey! Speak of the devil! Look at he's here! Hello, Mrs. Sholmes. Hi!
Clearly, you don't own an air fryer in his face! Vine boom face.
Clown fight! 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 Clown fight!
Release the clowns, let them fight! Entertain me! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous titles. Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here?
Yeah!
Great detective. Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper. It's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as the great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used a teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes?
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. The convict was arrested. He was living in what is now Seki-san's room. A sample to help locate Selden's loot. It's hidden in his room. What form will the sample take? The key? Maybe the key that Miss Green has? I'm gonna guess it's the key, because There's literally nothing else. It might be covered in her stuff, but maybe maybe we can bullshit our way through it. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Miss Olive Green, because she took the key.
Take that!
Miss Green!
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Shom's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hole is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give that key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Whoa. Oh, Shamblespear! Despair! Be thy name! Where is the confetti coming from? Look at him! Confession time! I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with. Had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, but in a room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
Couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume had acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, the actions would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Let me tell you, in your case, It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Jesus. This lady's tough. Holy crap. If you don't carry confetti in your pockets, are you really living? Yeah, right? She's standing on a box. Yeah, because she's tiny. I mean, I understand where she's coming from. Don't get me wrong, I do. She's tough. Like, for a girl that's constantly talking down on herself, she's tough. Like, I feel she is absolutely justified. She's still gonna get tried because, you know, she did attempt murder. She didn't succeed, but it still was attempted. So she's gonna get tried for that. But I don't think she's gonna be, like, in prison forever. And I think, oh!
Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby! Ball! Thank you for the 4 months! Hi! At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. Never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
Yeah!
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster. You know, Olive? Gas supply? Yes. Stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there! I don't care how cheap it is! Alright then. Is that important to you? I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not.
We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Poor Duncan!
Man, that sucks. He was planning to move out on the night he died. That's awful. Has anyone mentioned apple-bottom jeans grumbly in this game yet? No, he hasn't been mentioned once. Oh, that's so terrible, though. Poor Duncan. And poor Olive, too. These 2 poor sweethearts. I feel so bad for them. Aw, man.
That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night. Fell victim to the gas. Only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. Something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove gas has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking!
How could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be this?
Kind of smart of her to realize what was going on so quickly.
Then I remembered. A rumor I had heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? You mean...
Yes. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? I like the song. Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Near poison on the gas pipe, you suspected the man of tampering with.
And wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Holy shit! I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If you've done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just deserts. Holy cow. Wowie wow. Isn't that something?
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and a subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Sucks that she also got stabbed right in the middle of it all, that too. That's true. She's just had to deal with a lot of unfortunate things happening all in the span of a few days.
Mr. Naruto?
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left of the poison bottle. Oh, that's right! She also tried to come... She was in the hospital. She still had some of that poison. And we stopped her just in the nick of time from drinking it. She was about to end her own life, too. This poor girl. My god.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green.
Oh!
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Oh! 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 Look at her! Oh! Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, can't thank you enough.
I want her to be okay too! Oh, she's the best character in this whole case. She deserves the world. Poor girl.
Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty! Yeah! Woo!
fireworks inside a building! That's safe. Court is adjourned. Yeah.
We did it! Woo, 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 woo!
Oh, yes. Yes, at last. Divine justice duly done! Ow! Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache! Well, it was long because I also got stuck in one part, if I'm being super honest. This is still technically just the second case, too.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. The poor courthouse janitor has to sweep up so much confetti and firework powder and wine. Don't forget the wine. I mean, you weren't stuck on that part for very long. This case did take a few streams.
True. Yeah, it did take a bit.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. Like Soseki, because he's just that's just a real ass man. That's just a guy. Look down.
had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan!
What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? That's wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, we have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah! Oh, that was Ryunosuke.
Ah, it's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
Say it louder for Van Zeeks. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it! Objection!
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Suzuki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report for both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Barely any time later, Misato-san was given the news that she might return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings.
What, wasn't it like jewelry or something?
of February. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just 1 day.
Was it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Sholmes sure is foxy. Yeah, he is.
Iris! Rexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, It transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's haul.
Yeah, it replaces the goggles.
What the? What is that?
Eh?
What the ah? His loot. His haul, his loot, whatever. What is this? It's got blood on it.
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Collar? It's huge though! Oh no, it's a belt!
And look at all those gemstones set in it! I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
You don't think it could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. A belt with a buckle on the back? Yeah, that's true. That's kind of weird. Soup. Good soup.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Iris.
Then of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh! I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before. You know, where could it have been?
That's enough of that, you think? Oh. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now!
What?
I've never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look like to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Dark marks on the inside of the collar. Stains. Could they have been...
Huh? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
Some kind of collar with a rich-looking bee on it. And blood stains on the inside. It looks more like a belt to me, but it is like... It is like... weird that the emblem is like on the back and the buckle on the other side. Maybe it is a collar. Really big collar. A forbidden bee. Do you think Renosuke has ever had, like, a normal case? No. He hasn't had a single normal case. They've all been murder. That's the curse of... That's the Naruhodo curse. I think we all know what that B stands for. You can just say exactly what you're thinking. And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect! It's been so fascinating!
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. I almost went to Sherlock.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait!
A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case!
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of the two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
What the fuck?
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Voice
It would
acting.
take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
What the fuck is going on?
What? What? What is happening? The key of knowledge? I mean, yeah, I gotta. I gotta. Lesbian chapter. When Sholmes had a reaction like that to one of Iris's stories, he had a similar reaction like that in the last case of the first game. When when he had like one of her manuscripts like stored away. It was like the Beast of the Vanderbilts, something like that. We don't even know what the story was about, but he also acted really weird about that story. The Beast. The Hound of the Baskervilles, that's what it was. My bad. It's been a while.
Thank you, thank you.
Return of the Great Departed Soul. Oh, let's do this one. The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on
I
Hyde
see where you're
Park,
going at next time.
welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
Yay!
But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter.
What?
For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
Eh?
And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park,
Eh?
Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Oh my god, I love his design.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
I love his design. I like this guy already.
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Wow.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
What?
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Reassembled. I got a bad feel, Scoob.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
I got a bad feel, guys. He's very cute, though. But I have a very bad feeling this is all gonna go wrong.
Yes, yes, yes,
Listen to him. Uh-oh.
that's not what I wanted.
F. Oh, you're not gonna show what happened? Joss.
Bruno! Bruno! Are you listening?
Oh! Sorry, what was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again.
Ah, yes. The Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Somebody died. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Well, he's sad too. Emo boy. Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because... breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? Interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court.
Really?
So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Back to being sad. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Why is he so sad? Why are we banned? If you remember, the last case in the first game had some repercussions for Ryunosuke. Did it? Why? I don't remember. It's been so long.
It's been a couple of weeks, months.
Oh, right, because of the government secrets thing. Yeah, that's true. I can understand that. Okay, yeah. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know! And great exhibition has opened! You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all.
So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Oh, sorry.
Event 6 months ago. Half a year ago now. I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study. So, that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Reno? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Mr. Sherm's old cases.
Brewing Iris' special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Salt on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers... I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that you to reconsider. I can't read that sentence. Specifically Lord Strongheart. At the British Supreme Court at Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working with the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art, and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things. And the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all.
That's true. A lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong at the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Iris? Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page on this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. A man died, Iris! Man fucking dies in an electric explosion. Iris, Pogus!
Oh, I'd love to see an explosion. Did someone die? turn to ash. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust and all that. Ho 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 ho. And all anime 10-year-olds are little fucked up, Ryunosuke. They're all just a little fucked up. Just stretching. Woo!
But the brighter they shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
Oh, thank you. Actually, you could go get a drink because I don't have one with me. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drinky so I can take a sippy. Excuse me one moment. I'm coming. Yeah. Hello, I returned. And I actually have water this time. I have a bottle of water for once. I got my Wawa. Water. I have a water bottle. Water bottle. I'm coming, Mario, when he's about to. No! Don't finish that. Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, we got the newspaper! Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Knowing Shones, it might be. Let's see. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. And then the back. Oh, wait, what? Lost cat? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on here. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Rina?
That's not what I clicked on! I clicked on the lost cat! That's way more important! I want to read about the lost cat! That's not where I clicked, game! Ugh! What else did you think you were gonna say? I don't know.
The spaghetti.
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks! This must be what Mr. Shones was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, but about the lost cat, though, that's not what I clicked on. I clicked on the lost cat! Tell me about the lost cat! Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strange, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually. The more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation! Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. I wanna grab him by the neck. He's like lowering his head like that, all bendy, and I just wanna reach over and that was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. Me. Yeah. Just reach over and squeeze. What? What is it, Oz? What is it, Oswald McFly? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Barrack Von Zeeks. 4. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for who's in the dock. When the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges.
Yeah, he didn't do that, but the point is that it's more of a fate kind of thing. No matter what, you're gonna probably die. But we know that's not true because we know Soseki is fine. Or maybe Soseki's time just hasn't come yet, you know? Yo, that shit is lit! It was Egg Boy that lit that up. That's true. It was Eggy Boy. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks in this condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No! I can't wait until tomorrow! In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Looks like we're going to see Mr. Strongheart.
No guns in a Japanese thing. Keeper of the Reaper from Grim Adventures, but it's about Ben Seeks and Tsurunosuke and Susato singing. It should be the Keeper of the Reaper. It should be me who's the Keeper of the Reaper.
Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind! But now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. He wants us to follow him, doesn't he? Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. What the? New costume! Oh my god, look at her outfit! She looks like a little mouse!
Alright then, Runa, let's get going.
Oh, Iris. What are you wearing?
I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
Oh my god, they're matchies! What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
She says as she's pointing a gun at me. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition.
Well, you know where we're going first. Ah, this place. Birds. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Ah! Ah! It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. And we came here 6 months ago. Sato-san was confused that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me.
There he is.
Oh! Lord Strongheart! I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh, no, not at all! I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. We need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. Looks like your old house in the other timeline? Ooh. Would you allow me to just lay on your floor and play video games at your house, Oz? I won't take a lot of space. I'll just be a little thing in the floor. Don't mind me. Kind of like how Iris was doing. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result. Policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime.
Me? Oh, why not? I won't cause problems. I won't cause no trouble. I promise.
And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it.
You always need to cause problems. What? No. What are you talking about? I haven't done a single thing wrong.
As with a hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. Others must wait. Mention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, Miss My Lord. I'd be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. Actually, something else was like mind happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Gotta talk with him. You gotta talk with him. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
Hi! 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of the foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, it's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour. Not me.
Should have been Kazuma.
So determined to bring change to our own justice system at home.
That was his calling.
Stop playing his theme! Stop playing his theme! It makes me sad every time I hear it! Stop it! Stop it! Why do they keep doing this? This is like the third time! Why do they keep doing this? Are they gonna bring up Kazuma at least once every case? It's happened at least once every single time so far. No! No! Stop it! Not this much. I don't think. No, not this much. In the first game, maybe, but like in the third game, they didn't do it as much. I mean, they made up for it because you could play as her, but still. I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Osoki was my best friend, you say. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean?
Mission?
It's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Yay! Thank you!
Thank you so much! That's wonderful news, Reno!
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course! Please, tell me more! You described it as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident in the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odi Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society.
Odi Asman?
Large explosion?
A man? What?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain? Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong, and... murder?
But I thought it was just an accident.
I feel out of my depth before I even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance.
Oh! With Lord Van Zeeks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. This month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly.
Ah!
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly! The future of policing! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly! It's extremely alarming! How many birds are in this building? Ah! The number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What?
Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
fucking died. Game over. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, we formally establish a forensics investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. She wasn't even paying attention. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. So cute.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Why can't you be rich to play this already? Oh, I'm so sorry, Spray Tag. A classic Paper Mario. I hope you can get this game soon. It's pretty good. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition. Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Oh, Mr. Reaper? What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
I hope so. There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
God damn it.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. I'm disappointed that Van Zeeks isn't dead. Sorry. Very well, if it interests you. It does. It does, strangely. Fortunately, Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for the man. Very capable fighter. But that's incredible! They were armed with guns! Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. It was a man by the name of Asman. Mr. Odie Asman. Did you say Asman?
That's the man who died when the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable.
All this game has told me so far is that if a British person is rich, they're probably a criminal. I wonder. Could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zeeks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. What does that have to do with anything? I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still.
Something's clearly going on here. I have Van Ziek's work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials have nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense! How can you explain the way so many have died, if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of a reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
Okay, then every person that's white in this game, I don't know.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues must be starting to fidget. That's a whole day late.
11 hours? That's quite some time.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. Sure, it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons.
Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I want to ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Bye. Let's see Van Zieks then. Ow. Oh, he gets a fancy office. Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's house office.
Yes, it appears so.
Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still. I hadn't noticed his or her presence. Wonder who it is. What are you doing here?
Ah! Hello.
He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're well.
I am.
So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice.
Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat. Requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our groups.
Oh. That's... That was the orphan that cleans the wine! God, I hope so. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack?
True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odie Osmond's criminal organization. The investigation meant the arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Osmond.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Miss Ariba.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual case of death.
I know about that! It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong! Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched.
This man really is the fabled. He has to be innocent of his particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it right now? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert. Albert Harebrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
Friends? Oh? You're... What?! Clay? He has friends? I understood that Professor Harebrain was born from Germany, though.
Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
So you were students together?
I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, got along. Though, I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Only if I make it out of this office alive! He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. Of course it is.
By you?! But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends!
We are friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed! What Van Zieg's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. No demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But... that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard-working now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same thing. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
Fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh!
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say, if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger! You could be killed!
But he hasn't been. That is my fate. Let God decide.
Okay, dramatic. Lord Van Zeeks. So, like, who are you?
It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
Hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. You think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead! I just talked to him, come on! I wanna talk to him.
What are those ancient casks lining the wall there?
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? I love Iris's slow little What ridiculous notions are going on through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you for clearing that up. Silly Van Zeek moments.
Ren and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. What? Are those bats? Ah! Ah! There were bats!
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way.
Bats. Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious I'm using it as an investigative aid! Ah! You Nipponis have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh, I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Ah. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Fail. Estúpido. Qué asqueroso. Lo mato. Estúpido. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeeks' facial features.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh! Then who is it? Hmm? Maybe.
I'm like staring daggers into him while he's looking down on me. Motherfucker. I'll kill him. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it?
You know, I'm actually...
Oh, you know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own home.
Wine. Look at the fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes. Because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Maybe don't throw them around then, you dick! Just put them away! So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I have ever thought otherwise? Motherfucker! I'm not the one who throws them around! Fuck you! Farts on your chalices. Fuck you. That's what he sounds like! Alright. Let's go to prison. Maybe Mr. Albert Hairbrain is there. There he is! Aww! Look at him, little mousy man. That warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh! There's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. Hi, Teeny!
Hello! We're doing good! We just talked with Lord Van Zeeks, and I just kind of mumbled in Spanish how much I want to hit him. And that he's ugly and stupid. We're gonna talk to our next defendant of this case, who seems to be a scientist. You just want to drop by and say hi, Misha Wonderstream. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, hey, Bull. You just missed me. You just missed me calling Van Zeeks ugly and stupid and wanting to hit him in Spanish. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? I fail. Let's see this guy. Hello. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Aloya! Oh my god, I love him already. Oh, listen to his... Is this his theme? Oh, I love him already! Ah! Was it something I said? Ah, Aloya, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? You're calling him fail? No, I was saying fail. It means ugly. Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations! But despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in the science! When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity! Now
now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too.
So this is Albert Harebrain. Let's see what it says about him. Here we go. Albert Harebrain, 33, a scientist who invented a machine to demonstrate super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. He's a defendant of this case and a friend of Lord Van Zeek's, apparently. And the victim, Odie Asman, a well-known financier who perished in the explosion on the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. It seems he was also at the head of a large criminal organization. Ugly cringe fail professor. Prosecutor. There's a prosecutor and a professor. Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you can interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success! You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is an immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once! But... Murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident! I see.
Ali and I were talking this morning, you know? He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes.
It's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say
my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. They examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea! My precious hypothesis will be stolen! The machine must be protected from that at all costs! That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial! I see now. I think I get what's going on now. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibitions showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no. The devil in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating!
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology! Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in a mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say! The
possibilities are endless! The whole of our vast planet would be within reach!
So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days?
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word! That's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? I like this character a lot. He's really funny. Really funny.
Oops, that's got the Professor
Bunny Brain!
Oops, that's got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Stanley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Osman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I've thanked my lucky stars!
I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition.
And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never have ever thought to... Never ever have thought to taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Me too! I really like this guy. I love his animations. Let's see if he has anything to say about Van Zieks. Ugh, how could this have happened? It must be awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged, too.
I know what happened! It must have been that!
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of Frankenfurters at a hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much and change.
But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now! It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is! For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. So, nothing about Van Zieks.
Is Sholmes hiding somewhere around here? Nope. Oh, I like how the Lord Chief Justice, like, building has a bit of a beat. Dude. Ah, fascinating, yes! In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I feel I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course! It's entirely logical! That's science, Mr. Naruhodo! Uh-huh. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld, generally managing the escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks as a result by the sound of it. Makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London. I did! Then there must be dark forces at work. I did. At least I'm pretty sure I did. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. Oh, I guess I didn't. Huh. I had no idea I had been photographed. It's careless of me. Nice top hat, loser.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him?
Yes, tell us more about him.
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Let us speak to wee Timmy. Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Reno.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders.
Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right.
Hi. Hello. Ah!
The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
This guy plays Assassin's Creed. Let us talk with we. Hello, wee Timmy. You can clean up the wine later. Nice to meet you. Bye. Oh. Back to work again.
That was really strange, though. Never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter.
Eh?
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see. I want to pretend that guy actually just phased to that spot exactly like that. Me too. Oh, whoops, wrong button.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to.
He stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Couldn't be. What? What?
What? What?
Yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man. Is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop and the mustache and the jitters.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see.
Is he relieved?
Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese.
Not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
Never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist?
Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain?
Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think.
Alright, before we go anywhere though, Bull, I need you to check something out. You see these little bats up here? See these little creatures? These little guys over here? Jump scare!
He's Batman!
Alright, enough of that. Let's get out of here. Hello, weirdo. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really.
Really? Really? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Barrack von Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins.
Eh?
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become.
The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Eh? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. Really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4! I swear it!
Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still! I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years! I'm a man of science! It's all I know! You have to believe me, please! Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know? I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I am a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please! When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Reno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. We were gonna go there eventually. Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last.
Let's go! Let's go!
Experimentation stage. Ugh. Showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
Hello! Hello! Welcome, welcome.
Just had dinner. Oh, I hope it was good at least.
There are lots of people, aren't there?
I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Irish? Don't let go of my hand. Did I just call her Irish? Finally made it through the throngs. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage, where the explosion happened yesterday. Whoa. Eh? Eh? What's that? Your voice is from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument.
Yeah, we did. Hey, it's Guinea! Guinea! Guinea's here! Oh my god, I missed her! And yeah, we finished up the flashback episode a little bit ago. Woo, what a twist on that case. And now we're doing this one.
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. That's true, she's in less raggedy clothing now.
Wait, I know those voices. You got a chicken little mouth on you, young lady, but I'm not in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya, if you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Oh, Guinea. Never change, girl. Yoo-hoo! Gregsy! What are you doing up there?
Did he run down here? Your ladyship!
Oh, I thought we'd never see this animation again.
How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
He sped down the stairs as soon as he heard Iris.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Wash it, sunshine!
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on the case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Hey, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
Measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
What?
Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is! You can have it back, but I have to charge you for all the bother.
3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. The case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? Want a bag of chips rain down your throat and all there?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Whoa! Holy shit, that's so cool! Good for her! Oh my god! An apprentice at Scotland Yard? Holy shit! She's coming up in the world, yes she is! From pickpocket to apprentice detective. Oh my god, can you imagine a game, like, based on her? Or maybe, like... Oh, I kind of want to see her as a detective now. That would be nice. Can you imagine? Gina.
So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The inspected part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls for that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, her theme! Yeah!
Ah, her theme is so good!
Yes! I love her. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. Darwin weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Guinea. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Check her profile? Okay. Gina Lestrade, 18. A mostly reformed pickpocket who's now a self-appointed detective inspector. She's really making waves in her new apprenticeship.
Aww. Gilinda. Look at her.
She's so cute. I'm so proud of her. Even my crickety little chair is proud of her. She's an adult now! She's a big kid now! Oh, show her the armband? Okay. She's a big kid now. Oh. An apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks whose face is always covered by a mask. He has the air of a completely unassailable man. Oh. Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Guinea, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how I come in there to go at the test for Scotland Yard. And the trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Guinea and made her sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
A great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and the short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Bruno, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was a defendant in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. Yet, she is still.
Come on, you're still not on about it, do you? Legend of the Reaper or whoever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry, Otto.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. She's so cute.
It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs. So he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Alright, let's show her the thing. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade.
In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto.
I could call you Defender Naruto if you like. But it doesn't really trip off the tongue.
No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go?
Looking for this, Otto? When did she do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What'd you reckon?
Give that back first, please.
She's so good. Cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Guinea? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge of you, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
All I have to say is that I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No! You're so lucky, Guinea! Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it! You know how to put the boss in its place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris!
I'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that this experiment was a success?
Oh, right. Well, it was a success. In a way. It was? How can it have been? Did the corpse get transported? That's the only way I can think of it being a success. You're 10 years old, Iris. Let her abuse the police if she wants to. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, well, all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. It did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work.
Thank you for the jorts.
It did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible with science. I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 baubles for you before, so fair's fair.
Yeah, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I?
Woo!
I like how she's all happy and then her sprite defaults to her pouty face. It's cute. It's like I said something wrong. And she's like, fuck. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For it's worth anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
You're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either.
Why?
What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? You gonna get some icy queen? Okay, go get your icy queen.
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate? Yes, I've never heard something like that before.
I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably didn't give me any info about it before it got from down here, didn't ya? It's not blamed fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips who makes him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Where the machine that exploded is?
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Cranksy will listen to us.
Oh yeah, he'll definitely listen to you, I mean us. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes. If you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have.
Bleh. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Rena. Do. That's where the curve ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Yeah, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really.
Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, the guys did more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating around in the sky?
Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much.
I've read about situations like this in a magazine, about strange phenomenon. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth.
Huh?
I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition. This is it, Iris! It's happening!
It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Bruno.
Ryunosuke believes in aliens. Hot air balloons are aliens. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be a focal point of the exhibition. And it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, and there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors!
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Show.
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down at on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. This
platform must have been set up for the experiment. I suppose it's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. You don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London. Soon you'll have been in London for in a year, Bruno. It's about time you got used to our measurements.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just I can't read right now. This thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secure the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Speaking of cues, have y'all seen the new Defunct Land vid?
No, I don't think so.
Defunct Land? That sounds familiar, but I don't know if I watched that. Let me Google. Oh, okay. So, yeah, no, I haven't seen it, but I have been getting recommended their videos, like, non-stop for the past week. And I haven't watched any of them yet. But that's why it sounded familiar. Whoa. So that's it, is it? Machine that blew up.
Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Ellie's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting from the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the buildings. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Okay. Oh, there's Gregsy. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know? I'm just a kid, Bruno. Even though I've made weapons and I'm a successful author and I've know most people better than they know themselves, I'm just a baby.
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to—
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
It's not like I'm a massive brain baby. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ice cream achieved! Nice!
Huh! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty!
Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
Course, your ladyship, anything you say, your ladyship, please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runa?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Alright, let's investigate this thing. An amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runa. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? I just don't like the sound of it, like, it disassembles you and then beams you over, and then you are reassembled. Like, that alone sounds dangerous. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine when we can, I think.
Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before you get strung on myself, you hear?
I won't touch anything, I promise, so please, spare a thought for your digestion! Anyway, I really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims.
P.S. Looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules!
Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said! Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said!
Yes, I understand, sorry.
I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
I called your ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I'll assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it.
That was very mean. Afraid Dr. Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Or Gregsy.
No, Iris!
Iris, don't do that. That's horrible.
to talk about. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across the crystal tower. An extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. By far the most unusual experiments planned for the exhibition lawn. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the old sport of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it's Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. Powers that are placing a heavy emphasis on the scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property. But through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infernate reason us couples aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it! Wait, what? Is that a, hold on. Special Dispensation. ZA. ZA. I thought it would like be an acronym for something, but I guess not. The only people with permission to investigate here are some very brand new departments at the yard. Forensic investigation team is called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. Forensics investigation team. Any old fool conceived that this heap of scrap metal was sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing about it!
Oh, Gregsy, he's very head
up! You're not gonna call him that, Iris. You don't even know if he's het. Gregson be like, the wee chap had a bit of a chip on his shoulder, nothing to compare to me chips in it. Head up. Me neither. There's a lot of words and phrases in this game that I've never heard of before. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch some scene here? Gregson's straight moments, head up. The new bird up, head up. Bird up. Ba ba ba! Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. A real twinkle in his eyes, as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Best especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And it gets rubber stamped. That's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. Hatless Gregson. Poor Gregsy, he seems very heterosexual today. What? What does that word even mean? You think Ryunosuke knows what a het is? Please. Boy's never met a heterosexual in his damn life. Maybe ouchie. Hatless Gregson. Yeah, he takes his hat off. He only ever takes it off when he's being a kiss ass to Iris. Gregson Vegeta Cody wants his hairline back! After being with Cosmo, apparently not. Definitely ouchie. Yeah. Ouchie is a heterosexual
after he chopped off his little sprout of hope, he will stay that way. The Aochi clan dies with him. Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Well, a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. But full by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
Might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Your imagination. Hang science, that's what I'll say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers, bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Someone died, Iris! Yeah, well, there's a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
Scientist gets funding?
Exactly. That's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who's to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us cobblers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science! Hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see a point. Apparently Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany, now conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Apparently after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks.
Eh? Was it? That's news to me! But if Van Zeeks managed the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is...
sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or the other.
On me. Man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that house. Talking to Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. That...
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep?
The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Well, Barrack Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor. He can always push the right verdict. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. That's how the notion of the Reaper Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. They all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
We've done a very thorough investigation. Conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. No question in my mind. Stake my reputation on it.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind.
What?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened that changed him, man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh?
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper being attacked.
No, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
Tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was laid up and got a roasting from our super.
Some mornings are like that, aren't they?
As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10 I found clues turn out to be red herrings. With every chance they're totally irrelevant.
That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Gregson, they let anyone in. They'd say I invented a drink that makes people burst a nurse, and they call them a genius. Burst. What the fuck are all of you saying? I can't never tell. Bum bum. Bum bum. Da, 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 da. Where to go next? Maybe I should examine something. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. Roller coaster! Brunosuke, inventor of the roller coaster. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh! In your country, Bruno. Do you wish I could go and see it? I present a particularly steely samurai with a Steel samurai! I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some artsy master ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you. Steel samurai! Wait.
Your mom sent me good and hard to my charts!
Jesus. How do you feel? You said that directly to Iris. I mean, you know what I have to say to that? This is what I have to say to that. look up? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, that's enough of that. You stuck in a reference to this even though there's no form of Steel Samurai in this. Yeah, I love that. That made me happy. Yeah. Oh. I guess I should examine the balloons. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing, being up there amongst the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Reno, please!
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Is there anything? No? I think I already investigated everything up here. Okay. Looks like I investigated everything I can here. I already talked to him about everything. Looks like we're done here. Oh! Oh, he's gone! Anyway. Bats. I just like the little bat animation. Like his apprentice is gone. Lord Van Zeeks?
I think he's ignoring you, Reno.
The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black they're standing for us. Yeah, well, joke's on you! I'm wearing the DLC costume, so the only one wearing black is you. Therefore, you're the one being rude. You fucker.
Oh, I see. Thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Reno.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Ace Division yet? No, it looks more black to me. Plus, it would fit more with his, like, I'm a vampire prosecutor look.
He's definitely ignoring you.
Right. No niceties either, then. Oh, well, you know what? Breaks your hollow chalice. Be gone, ho. It's not the hairbrain. Maybe he has something new. Oh, and he's gone. Maybe the Lord Chief Justice office? Not there either. Sholmes? Nope. Or for the legal consultancy? Oh!
Now, at first glance, my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However, it's not in a mess at all. Everything's exactly where I want it to be. But whenever Mrs. Sato looked at it, she put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that. Oh.
You sound just like Hurley, you know? He sounds the same about his mess.
It's a kind of logic that transcends international borders, obviously.
I feel that too. I wouldn't say my room is like a complete mess, but there are definitely places that look disorganized, but that's just because it's easier for me to find things if I put them there. But everyone around me is like, you should clean your room more, you should organize this. No! Just easier to find things. You have your places where you put things, I have my places where I put things. It's that simple. It's not that hard, it's not complicated. Look like there's anything to do here, really. Maybe talk to Iris?
I'm so excited about the prospect in Daughterhood. There's Anything Consultants Agency opening for business again.
Anything? That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial proceedings. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. Can't wait to start practicing again.
Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan.
I wanted to keep it ready for Mrs. Sato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any time. Just left everything the way it was.
Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runa. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean.
Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness, or a lack of it.
I don't need organization. I organize things my own way.
Wait, what's that?
Ah, it looks as if somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What's this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It had fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing.
I think I'll hang on to this, just in case.
Interesting, interesting. Wonder why Iris became Ryunosuke's partner this time? Because sadly, Susato is not with us. She's back at Japan because she got sent there suspiciously. You say anything new? Should we present her with the thing? Actually, let's examine it. I'm curious about this. Like a crossbow, sort of. There's some sort of lever here. Oh, it is a crossbow! What the? What is this?
It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun.
I think it's probably used for the same thing, too.
It is a crossbow! Interesting. What a stylish looking crossbow, too.
It looks like you wind this around in order to draw a bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds.
It's a weapon! happens if I present it to her? What'd she say? Oh, okay. She has nothing to say about it. Alright, maybe Gregsy will say something? Ayo, Gregsy, we found this weird crossbow. Okay, no, he doesn't say anything. Hey, check out this gun we found! I wanted to see if they said anything, you know? I don't know. No, nothing new. Maybe... It is pretty good, yeah. Maybe Hairbrain's back? Maybe Sholmes is back? Nope. Hiding somewhere around here? Nope. I think you could do more where Gina is. Alright. It was like a screwdriver with an A on it, but he took it before we could investigate it. Oh, we already talked about everything with her. Let's see. Talked about that. Oh, here we go. Oh, look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think. It's some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to have been charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion? Let's make a note of it while Guinea's mid-yawn. Okay. Oh, I guess that's the end. Reno, listen! What? What is it? I've been thinking. Annie might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper! Did anyone see that? There was Iris's gun did a little twitchy effect. New location? Ooh. About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Yeah, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspells? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. You could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Rena. Madame Tuspells? I don't see how it could be related to the case where we're investigating, but then, stranger things have happened before. When they happen, Mr. Sholmes is always at the heart of them. The location! Let's see. Madame Tuspells Museum of Waxworks. Ah! Ah! hell is this? What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. And why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they?
What do you think, Reno? Shocked? Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called an adipocure?
Stop talking about crazy things like that, Reno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocure doesn't form readily, you know.
It's
What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display?
None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
The knife lady she kinda It can't be! Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them!
Oh!
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. She bad. Yeah, she bad. Yeah. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. That's the ugliest wax figure I've ever seen in my life. How dare they display this in front of me? I am suing for emotional damages.
What is it?
Oh no. Eh? 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 You see this, right? I'm kind of scared to examine it. That's an arm. Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models have fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno! Stop scaring me!
Is it a wax arm or a real one? Touch it and find out.
Come on. You're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Yeah, poke it. Objection! You're not gonna touch it? Oh my god, you're not gonna touch it? Just fucking grab it! Grab the arm! It's so suspicious, you have to. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes. Called Jane the
Ripper? Huh, cool.
All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife.
sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes.
Ah!
What's the matter, Reno?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have the soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Jane the Ripper, huh? Hmm.
What is this one about?
These models are so well made. I can't tell what's waxwork and what's real human.
Or maybe all exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already, and I was on my way home. I love that Ryunosuke is kind of a coward. Is this a Western? Is this an example of a Western Tsuchigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
I don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it? Do you think, Reno? Doing the Tsuchigiri thing you mentioned.
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least? What?! Ryunosuke, you shouldn't be testing it at all! Check the step ladder? You're right.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder. Or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Reno. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Alright, let's look at the elephant in the room. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle.
Oh my god, yes, 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 Iris. Kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him in the shins. Kick him. Come on, Iris, do it. Kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him, kick him! Did you see the way he bounced? Whoop-pow! Kicked his ass. Get kicked by a 10-year-old girl. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
Grabs his knee. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Punch him. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you have not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me!
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. Mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. My great brain, on which all my success was built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
You could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry, and if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very... I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I'm getting close to the to be continued, so I'll probably stop the stream there because we're already at the 4-hour mark.
Really? Moreover, I have a strange suspicion that it is related to the matter of which you've come to me. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Talk to me, fool! What is this place? Oh my god, Iris, kick him again. Okay. Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there on the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum holds models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is the House of Horrors. That I can understand. I love me a good spooky museum. House of Horrors? Well, of course, visitors' numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibitions of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste?
My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
There are portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me? Or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh. He's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibit here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! Really roared at me there. Very fitting of the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. And I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Harley. So hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Norado. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat. You may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Norado, ignore me at your peril. Terrifying. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Someone needs to pay, and by someone, I mean you, Mr. Naruto. Your money, hand it over. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it is that happened to make Lord Van Zeeks such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Well, clearly I was wrong. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Oh. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings.
Eh? Oh. Oh.
Hello, ma'am? I love your theme right now. Oh, I really like your theme right now. Who are you? Hello? 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 Who are you? Who are you? Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? She's a witch! Oh my god! I hope you're appreciating my museum. Sorry? Have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again!
My apologies. I am Esmeralda to Spells. This is my museum of waxwork.
She's so pretty! She's so pretty! What? You're the Madame to Spells?
Then, sir,
Oh wait, that's right, she's French. Okay.
they're only 26 years young, I might add.
I forgot she's French. Okay. Now I have to try to do a French accent. I don't know what a French accent's like. Fuck. Is that significant somehow?
I am Madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Oh! Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. We're the same age. Deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in this museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough of our plate already? She's so pretty! Did you make all these waxworks, Madame to Spells?
I did. I am the third generation of waxworks artisans, you know. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Je ne sais quoi.
Sorry. I don't know how French accents are like.
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that led to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive.
Thank you for the clip.
In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is a secret to the extraordinary lifelines.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure.
That's crypt energy! You're right. Just falls over. I love it. Fell down and then snapped right back into place. How does he do it? No one knows. Oh, but I really love her design. Holy shit, she's so cool.
To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see. With a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect.
Ha!
Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to make some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not, but
it's very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by this morning. Daring today, aren't we?
or words to that effect.
This is my favorite joke so far.
It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious. Is something... I was gonna say something, but I really shouldn't. I was gonna say something, but I really shouldn't. You know what? We're probably gonna end the stream soon, so I'll just say it really quickly. I want her to suck me good and hard through my jokes. I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little. Oh! He disappeared! I do love which. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! There you are! Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working?
Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Dispels, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though, please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical process, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? I like her everything.
That is a special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Absolutely none! There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to follow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a chiffon.
I don't know how to read French, if you didn't notice. So what's going on?
Where? I must confess, I peeked behind this curtain earlier.
The spell's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however?
Oh shit!
Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Oh, thank you! I'm glad you think so. Well then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes. That man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself! I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why? Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah!
That was a weird noise. She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madam to Spells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Woo!
Oh, we get to see her from different angles now, too! To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
That is all my own money!
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madam to Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxworks for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200.
None!
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we were presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200.
Only when he came to hand the money over, it occurred to him what an extortionate amount he was paying.
But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Are you saying he got slapped so hard by Cash he passed out on the floor? I think Sholmes' theory is that he thinks that he bought the wax statue, and then after paying for it, he's like, wait, I just paid so much money up! We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Eh? Who is this fellow? To find the answers, we need only observe the neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? This man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is obviously the price tag. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly man for an exorbitant £200. A sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Aha. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying I've seen I stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. The cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, what would that mean? So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottomo. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottomo.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed.
It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that put things into perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse your face, so I think I might have to call on your assistant out here, Iris. That's alright? Make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. I say let her. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective enter her exhibit at work.
Now we fix it. Ta-da! Let's speed this up a bit.
We go. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
How much money? I would. But it sounded like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again, and see if there's anything else that would explain it.
Alright, let's see.
Eh? Hold on. What's that note doing pinned on the wall here?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we have taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd of October.
What?!
This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped!
Yes! It's a ransom note!
Exactly! So she brought the money for a ransom.
Take that!
The significance of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intended to pay it.
The model in question has special importance, so I must put together all the money I have.
In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. The guy. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. Not the money anymore. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
You could just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he's suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what Madame Tuspel's trying to hide?
Let's have a closer look around. Look around her body. Look at her, she's so pretty. Eh? Eh? This is just Madame Dispel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is her left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please! And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean... it's made of wax? Love her design, she's so pretty!
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be the right hand, but closer inspection reveals that it is in fact a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, man. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Damn! Some of the visitors of my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes. This gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch off a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. Is knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. He got bonked, yeah. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Yay! Let's consider the problem for a moment. Possibly... let's speed this up a bit. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other police, the policeman that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is in a way any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from the Madame Dispel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps he might not have identified the man quite correctly. Oh! What the? The man has a stump sticking out of his shoulder, where his arm should be. Ah, well that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off, from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his shoulder stump. Not such boneless humans walk this earth. Of course, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay.
is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards next year. I simply had to make a model of them.
Naturally. What other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, a particularly unsightly visage. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Weapons isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Garrett's delightful lodging, so fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork somebody stole from the museum tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again, and see if another idea has cropped up.
Oh! How did no one notice?
Oh, thank you.
How did no one notice a twitchy leg?
Take that!
The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch.
In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard.
Slight shift in your choice of adjective. And there you have it. Well, Madame Dispels.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used for detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
It's because, do you know, there's been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective.
So, it would seem that we finally arrived to the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Yay! Still a mystery.
Still a mystery. Solved.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. If anyone tries to damage my exhibits,
I do not take it lightly.
anyway.
Oh, pretty.
Your great deduction was even more enchanting. I've been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, logically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, please.
Very well. But after I have told you what you know, I must insist that you...
The talents of the great detective could be put to use, I feel, but as you wish.
Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
Not a name I've heard of. Oh, Mr. Naruto, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time. That Barak von Zeeks graduated from university, in fact. Ooh, is this going where I think it's going? What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Oh, who was this professor then? Yeah, now I want to know too. Who is this?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zeeks? I know. Like I said, I wanted to get to the to be continued. I thought we were closer to it. You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... Oh no!
Wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said! Lord Van Zeeks is a family with noble blood! Oh gosh! It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Flint Van Zeeks. Ooh, kind of feel bad now. No! I don't believe it! Van Zeeks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest of your story yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder. His older brother too? Oh no! He's a baby? He's a baby Sib? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I feel bad. Oh no. In the wake of his older brother's murder, young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks had such a tragic past. I mean, I kinda guessed it because of his design, but... Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, one of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Yeah. Yeah. Hey! It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison for witnesses. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Massman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Laurel sighed. Yes. I have a young Easterman acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've had lots of stories. Barak, you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course. Fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Oh! I think I know why he's prosecuting now. Aww. Now, if only he wasn't racist. Van Zeeks' harebrained. Yeah, honestly, I kind of like them together. There it is. Finally, the to be continued. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna stop there. I need to go to sleep because I have work in the morning. Ah, it feels so good to stream again. Yeah, exactly on 5 hours. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Yeah, sleepy time. Oh my god, my back! Ah! Okay. Wednesday, before I go, I'm gonna say Wednesday I'm gonna be working on an emote commission for a friend who requested an animated emote, which I'm almost done with. I just need to color it. If I finish it before then, I'll be working on other stuff. But on Friday, I'm gonna make a poll for what game to play on Friday because there's a lot of things I want to try for Friday. Like, for example, I want to play World of Horror, but I also want to finish Pokemon. but I also want to start Chrono Trigger, but I also kind of want to try to emulate Super Mario RPG, but I also want to play Bug Fables, but I also kind of want to maybe try Isaac a little bit. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I want to try. So I'm gonna make a poll for it to decide. An on-shot too. There's so many things I want to play. I'm really excited to be back to streaming. I'm very happy to be here. So there's a lot of things I've been wanting to play. I would have tried streaming Shin Megami Tensei, but I kind of already started that on my own, and I've been really enjoying the game so far. I'm not gonna play Fortnite. Don't play Fortnite. No, don't worry. I've already tried Fortnite in the past, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like it too much. No, let me go back. Yeah, I've already tried Fortnite in the past. Psychonauts 2 is on Game Pass. That's right, it is on Game Pass. On to bad game hole. But yes, I'm gonna be writing down all these games I have that I want to try. No, I'm not joining Fortnite. And I'll make a poll for it. I know you do, but I don't like shooter games. Maybe, who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, good night. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I'll make a poll one of these days about what to decide on Friday. It's about drive. It's about power. We stay humble. We take showers. It's about drive. It's about power. We stay humble. We take showers. Good night. I love you guys too. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.